Okay. Yeah, we got some music going. It's a bit low, maybe. All right. How you guys doing? Yes, we're gonna continue with this thing. That's what we're gonna do. So what do we have going on? We are going to do value evaluation. What can I type? There we go. Okay. A game doll as well. All right, let's do that. Just start with that. Classic game doll. Whew. Robot hand. Earth. Not Earth. What is this? It is one of those like robots that has like a TV shaped robot head. We can't see that. Ooh, this looks familiar. This looks familiar. Yeah, I kind of recognize that. They have like a TV as a head, but I can't remember the name of the game now. That looks like a PS5. Maybe I don't know what this is. What is this? I think I know what this game is. I just can't quite pinpoint it. Yes, I was expecting that. It's like an amiibo. What is this game? Oh man, I know what this is. I don't think I have it. And that definitely looks like a PS5. Astrobot. No, I didn't know this at all. It's a PS5. No, I have to say then this is the most generic robot looking thing ever. I thought I knew what this was. I did not know what this was. Anyway. I managed to get my Switch working again, which makes me happy. I'm in my workout gear. I didn't change because I've never made it to the gym. Well, I did, but there was like literally the best excuse for not going to the gym. There was no parking. I didn't know what to do with the car. I was like, well, I can't literally park anywhere here. So we're gonna go tonight instead. All right. So this is what I thought I was gonna do something about, right? Park in the gym. I think that's frowned upon. I don't know anything about the PS5 other than the fact that it can't be worth buying one. Like, what's the point of buying a console these days that isn't the Switch? And the Switch only because it has unique titles, right? There are no, like, whatever you buy on the console, it's gonna exist on the PC anyway, right? No, I haven't used my Switch in ages either. I just broke it out because I was gonna bring it to. Well, I did bring it to my mother-in-law, but I got sick there. Didn't do anything with it. Yeah, I have loads of old games as well. My wife bought me a PS3 once. And with a whole bunch of old games for it. And there are games that I've never really played. For instance, I never played Skyrim, but I have it. I just don't feel like playing games like that with a controller. Hello, monkey. How you doing? Okay, so getting component attributes. I wonder if this is really the best we can do by like downgrade, upgrade. That seems pretty bananas. I wonder if we could just have a straight up copy of the value. We have copy with sub. That's probably what we should be using. Yeah, that's better. Okay, this is used in quite a few places. Looking at the line numbers here, I'm assuming these places are all within itself, right? Okay, there it makes sense. Okay, so then I think we're good with that. I think we're good. And I think this thing doesn't unwrap, so we're gonna not do that. There we go. So we'll break a few things here. There we go. Hello, Andres. How you doing? And you? Okay, so this could now be an option. So we can do a get unchecked here. So if we do this, then why don't we just always use get unchecked? Actually, this one might not be. That one might not be, because it's pointed to another component. That might have ceased to exist. Okay, so we don't really have any tests for this stuff. Let's see if we can get this thing working. Okay, that part is working. But now we're gonna make this thing a bit more complicated, shall we? Where does this X business come in? Board, there we go, right? So this one has cells. So we should be able to go from state.rows that will give us cells, and then cells 0 dot C. Is the character C or what? It is. Okay, well, we'll make it X then. Yeah, that works. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. That seems to be working. Okay. What else can we do then? Oh yeah, now it's gonna be scoping. So we have all that on one. Okay, that's right. Okay, that works. What about global values? Invalid token. Oh, right, yeah. I just made that up, didn't I? Okay, that works as well. And... wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It says that X is 0. Huh. Well, this was silly. Where does X come from? I think... okay, I think I found the bug now. This might update X. Yeah, it's... okay, so it's accessing state when it shouldn't. Okay. Oh, this nightmare continues. Okay, we can do this. Yeah. Okay, so global x is 0. Okay. All right. I'll fix this. Then I'm going to go and change out of my workout gear because this is not comfortable to wear. La da 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 da. Okay. So what is happening is it's going to look up something in state, even though it has no. It's not allowed to. All right, it shouldn't be allowed to. No Emil, it's a cheap imitation. So we're gonna go to do a lookup. So let's debug from here instead. So we're gonna do that, and then immediately regret that. We're gonna go to expressions. All right, I'm gonna go and change out of my work here. I guess it's laundry day. Okay. Oh, there we are, right? Okay, so resolving a value means we're going to do a lookup. Does this mean that we can also cheat in the template by saying text X? Yeah, we can. Yeah, that shouldn't work. That should work. Then we can just start from here. All right, so let's do a lookup here. What was the first expression you tried to resolve there? Maybe I have something in my... Yeah, there we go, right? We have a value here. We don't want that. Okay, so that's going to be our X value. So that is an ident. Let's look up the ident. And the ident is going to be... Since this is neither... since this is neither path nor state, this thing should only be allowed to look up scopes that are not, I said. The offset business needs to be fixed, but how should this work? Does this thing have access to look up globals? No. What good is a test if we're coming out half the test? But okay. So what did this used to do then? Let's have a look at the old lookup code, which we still have here. Oh, good thing I managed to mute that. Oh my. Globals. Okay, here we go. We do a global lookup if we can first. Okay. I guess we can just take state out of there, couldn't we? Share it, hybrid. Oh, 6,000 sneezes later. Oh, I'm not getting sick again. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. Hopefully it's over now. Okay. Okay, so any lookup we do should not contain state. Oh my god. Ooh, okay. Okay. So, there's an allergen in the chat. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so if we never write the state in there, we can never look up a state, can we? It can lead to a state lookup. Oh, this is so complicated. And it doesn't help that I sneezed half my brain cells out. No, there we go. Whew. So according to the old code, we should be looking at globals here. No, we don't. We do a scope get. And if this returns nothing, we do a global. Okay, let me see if I can understand this, the hybrid. Store UI state in a type ID struct hash map. And to update the state, you just give a new instance to the struct. I don't quite understand this. What does it mean to update the state? So we have a hash map where we store the struct. And since we're using the type ID, there can only be one struct per. So if you wanted to have two instances of the same thing, you would have to use different types. Is that correct? Yeah. So you can only store one instance of something. So you could never have a collection of many somethings then. And I don't know if the type ID is necessary here, because the type information has to exist somewhere. For you to be able to downcast the dyn any, you need to excuse me. For you to be able to downcast the dyn any, you need to downcast it to a given type. And the type ID doesn't tell you what it is. Actually, yeah, it would work because you could have had something like a struct X, and then you have your widget, which would then have the state be a type. The state would be X, and then to fetch, actually, it would be a trait. Widget type state. And then to fetch, you would do get from some widget, right? Then you would do type ID of T state. Like that to get the state. So you can do that. But this thing allows you to isolate the state to the widget. However, it might be more advantageous to simply have a function that returns the widget ID. And since you're gonna have the widget anyway, that to me would make a lot more sense, because now you're not limited to one instance per. Instead, you have one state associated with one widget, right? So that get rid of the type ID and you have something there, right? It is unlikely that you're not gonna have an identifier for any widget, right? That just seems to be standard. Okay, so when we do a lookup on a scope, I don't know why I said that, but there we go. Then we're doing in a get, and we're gonna find an entry here. I think maybe we won't have the state in there. If we took this out, why is, oh yeah, it's just gonna fall down to that. Now we get neither. Oh, we do get that. Okay. Was that the easiest fix ever? Ooh. Okay. So we have no access to the state if we do that. We can get the state through here, but then what happens when we then map the state through attributes like we do here? Okay, that works. Global X is not working. That's because we never look inside globals. You kind of have to do that. we'll see, Dottie. Dottie, I think we're gonna rewrite the canvas widget, so you don't have to measure the size of the glyphs. I'm worried about that. What is this supposed to be? It's supposed to be an expression. Then we can just evaluate the expression, right? Is that what we did before? Yeah, so we're just gonna do set.resolve. Okay, do we have globals now? No, we don't. Oh, right. Yes, we do. Oh, and that works. Okay, then. Are we done? Hello, Evan here. Okay. Now, what happens if we do this? Yeah. Now that's empty. That's interesting. Because we're not allowed to resolve the state. But that thing works still. Damn, that feels good. But that is not ideal. Okay. Question is, should this be okay or not? So we would be making a pretty substantial change here if we allow this. So when we go to resolve Y here, this has never been scoped, right? This will just resolve to state.y. I wonder if the a struct has a state. It can have a state called value. So if we do this, it works. But it will not work here. If we do this, then we're technically adding variable assignment to I do, Danaka. Then we're kind of making this into assignments. which changes things quite a lot. Hello, Mod Prog. I just love that this works now. I don't know what to do here. Do we create assignments or not? It's kind of a funky behavior. The problem with creating assignments is that we have to redo them every time we update the tree, so it does add a cost. All right, let's try a for loop then while we're at it. Let's go to A. And let's say for x in 1, 2, 3, text x. That works fine. Not that kind of tree. Is it done? Should we get the test working again? Was that it? Like the pain from yesterday, is that over? I doubt that. But it kind of works. We can refer to things through attributes. All right, let's try that. So let's go and add some attributes here. There it is. Now, if we go into A, well, no, that's already working. So if we say, it's working. That's correct, Doddy. And more importantly, we can now do the work that Skylar has already done to get tuples in. So I wonder if we can do... Let's go to B. So now we're bringing this in. Could we say that B has a different state? That would be pretty damn good if we could. No. Okay, we have one thing missing that I know of. The state is just BS, so it's going to be the value color. And that's just set to color reset. Oh, all right, okay. Whoops. There's a bug right there. Let's see, let's take this out. Explicit panic. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, is that an unrelated issue or is that a non-issue? So this thing I should be in focus is not seemingly happening. But we are changing the state color and it does accept focus and we don't have a custom event handler. Oh, that's probably because we're referring to the wrong thing. That should be state.color. Haha, there you go. Right. There we go. Oh man, it's lovely that this works. However, let's break things. This does not yet work. And we're gonna get this working. So we have an explicit panic in expressions RS now. Eep. Here we go. We can't do that. Attributes, yeah, that one makes sense. You shouldn't be able to load all attributes. This, however, okay. Now, if we change this, we are breaking so much. This is happening on an eval value. Calling get on an eval value. We can only read state and attributes though, right? You can only read attributes on components. You can write attributes on widgets. And state is only mutable through the widget itself. The widget that owns the state is the only thing that can mutate the state for obvious reasons. They're not that obvious. I'm sorry, that was a dumb thing to say. Okay. Now, if we make this thing private to the crate, we are now breaking quite a bit here. This is one place where we're breaking this thing, but I think that there are more places. Runtime events, is that where? Right, I mean, if we pass in states here, then yeah, this is where it goes awry, isn't it? Oh, what do we do here? All right, first of all, let's roll back this. and commit. Okay, I shouldn't have pushed that, but never mind. There's going to be so many tests that are broken as a result of this. But that's not a major concern yet. Instead, Okay. Freaking exhausted, aren't I? Alright, never mind that now. Where should we go from here to get this working? We could move states into the TLS. I wonder if that's what we should do. I wonder how much that would break if we did. Maybe we need to review the code for all of this now, because it's a little bit sketchy. Or a little bit unknown, rather. Close to releasing now. We need to get the tests working and need to confirm that this is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. Not to mention we cannot have expressions 2 and resolver 2. That's not gonna fly, but we're close. We could move resolver 2 into the right place now. So we could move this into expressions. Here's the old value resolver. Okay. Right, so now we only have resolver. This thing is so ridiculously small compared to the other one. I can't see this being right. Maybe we should make sure that this thing is actually working. And there's a test for that we can write. But I still want to solve this thing first. Okay, do we fix the value stuff first? Do we fix the value, the complexities of the values? So for instance, how does this work? How does load number actually work? It does a load of a common val. And this state is kind of deferred. So it would be good if it didn't have to be just a value, right? All right, I'm laying down to sleep now. I feel like I've slept for 2 hours, but I have slept for a lot. I slept for probably 10 hours. So these values are kind of already resolved as far as we're concerned. By the time we're here, sleeping 10 hours is a sign that something else is wrong, but I do get my sleep in. Can't complain about that in general. Okay, so no debug writer happening there. That's fine. See, this one is easy to copy. This one allows us to evaluate this by making the... Okay, now we can make this private. So do we need like an intermediate value? No, we do not need another freaking value. We really need this thing to be... to not hold a state ID. But then we're back to the same predicament, right? It's all good until we get here. I think in the spirit of things, we should be able to do this. So here we're going to call value as state, which is operating on a value ref. So it would kind of be nice if state could just become a dyn val. So we don't actually have the state as such. I think that's really what would be... That's really what we should have. So that's just the entry. And then we get the state here. So ideally, we would be able to fetch the state here. Can we run this code maybe? Let's do this. Okay. Did I go past it? Here we are. Right, this is our any state now. Yeah, we cannot convert just about anything to a common vowel. But that depends on the state, doesn't it? So if all we do here is load A, and we say that A has a state that is a value of a U32, like so, will this thing still fail? If we now go into A, and then we say text is state, like so. Fiddlesticks. Hello, Skylar. I actually thought that would have worked. Holy fudge. That actually makes it possible. Ah, this becomes so perverse, though. The thing is, if we have a singular value, we can treat that as state, as long as we can call two common on it. And we kind of want to do that. So really what this thing should do Wait, how would that even work? Okay, we're gonna do something really strange here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna map this. No, we don't really want to do that. What can we do from here? Nothing. If we call too common on this thing, we basically don't, we still don't have the right value. So this is super weird. We don't actually have a value ref. The fact that this works is just absolutely bizarre, but it also doesn't work. We don't have a value reference or anything. Hello, CG. We don't have a value reference or anything to operate on. It's all up here. Okay. Do we need to rethink all of state? Skylar, it should soon be possible to merge your branch in with this so we can have the two. Oh, we're getting botted. Ugh. Right. I don't know if Twitch are actually cleaning up the bots or not. I'm assuming that Naisu is for the merge, not the botting that is currently ongoing here. Just gonna wait for this to be over. All right. This thing was useless. All right, the shield mode thing doesn't do anything useful. All right, let's just disable that. Yes, turn it off. Okay. Well, the bots don't seem to do anything, so I guess that's all the same. I have no idea. That's the shield mode thing. But the botting seemed to have stopped. So Twitch seemed to be unable to detect botting, and it seemed to be unable. So if you get a shout out from a big streamer or you get a raid from a big streamer, then it's normal that you get a bunch of followers. That makes sense. If you are just doing an average stream and you're being your mediocre self and suddenly you get a whole bunch of followers, that's clearly you being botted, right? And that should be flagged by Twitch so they can go in and just go wipe, right? Same thing with like every day, at least once or twice a day, I get a follow by the Twitch scam, whatever it's called, with some various permutation. And the same thing with the bots that like buy quality viewers or whatever it is, right? And who would buy viewers? It makes no sense. It has no... If you don't have a large viewer count, buying views isn't going to improve the quality of your stream, right? It just drives me crazy. But maybe I'm naive and a twat. What do I know? Anyway, so should we rethink state? That's the one, except not the meow part. I wonder if we could merge the... Let's see if we do this. If we were to look at pull requests now... Can we change this? I want this to point to a different branch, but I wonder if I could just merge this. I guess you buy views, you get up rankings, so more people notice you. But, okay, you know what? Fair enough. Maybe in another category, if you're in like just chatting, then if you don't have a couple of hundred viewers, no one's gonna see you, I guess, right? Let's have a look. So this is just that, right? Let's just merge this in so it gets included. Okay, this is just changing the derive, so that should be fine. Let's just make a new one of all of this. So let's have an enum state. That obviously has to be a value of a string. I kind of wish I could ensure all elements are valid. I don't even know what that means, Kyle. Could you elaborate on that? There we go. That's what I wanted. Really? Hmm. All right, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, so it will show. Stop what? So we should now be able to access this in our index AML. Zero. Yes. What? I'm very confused, and I'd rather have it show an error field existent wrapped in a value. All right, well, we'll figure it out, Skylar. So are you? Okay, well, very good then, I guess. Is it though? Is it the way of life? Without a brain repair. I don't get this. We clearly have index there. We have index AML. Why is that not working? No, we don't. It's there, okay. Okay, we have our hello world. Then we should be able to attach the state. And we're supposed to use it through there. Pretty nice, eh? I should probably have picked something other than hello world for this thing as well. Yeah. So now we have an enum as a state. If we were to add the on key press, we can match on the state. So if it's A, then we're going to say that state is B. Oh shit, this is the problem, isn't it? Because we keep reassigning the values here. This was a conversation, wasn't it? I don't think so, Monokuma. That seems excessive, and I don't approve of that. I think you just need to do some washing up instead. Come on, what's this now then? Alright, I see what the issue is. It didn't work at all, did it? Damn. No, technically it should be fine, Skylar. It just means that we have to reevaluate things. But this didn't work. This did break. Fiddlesticks. This is breaking. We should really only be swapping the inner values. Maybe we need to rethink states. Damn, I'm tired. Why is this project never ending? Okay, enough of that. So if we do this, and then we are only going to operate on B. No. Oh, shit. I know what the problem is. Back we go. In our index template, we're doing that. So we really have to do state.x, right? Damn it, that didn't work. So I think I see what the issue is. Yeah. Right. I think I see what the issue is. I think what we really should be having here is a value of a state. Oh shit, I'm in the wrong place. There we go. We should have a value of S. And I think that might actually work. Fiddlesticks, that still didn't work. by wrapping it in a value, we should prevent the actual destruction of the inner values, but it kind of still doesn't work. Nah. Shouldn't really be any harm in removing values and such, because they will come back. But maybe this is down to the future value thing. I shouldn't be. Stab. Very good. It doesn't seem to... it just removes the value. Okay, what if we add an additional... oopsie there. No, it doesn't do that either. Well, that's even more perverse then. Why is that happening? Okay. So why is this not working? That would imply that one of these other values exist. So if we get rid of this... no. Okay, so the issue is worse. It's more than that. Maybe we can't have enums then, because it replaces the values. But that doesn't seem right either. All right, let's just try to get rid of the value here then. Nothing there now. No, you'd have to fully write it out. So it'd have to be state.x or state.0 or state.x, right? That's how you'd have to write it out, right? There's no means to kind of backtrack from this expression into this expression, right? You still need the prefix of the state. But there's something really strange happening here, and I don't know what. Let's try with some tuple structs, though. Can we make this into an option string? Is this gonna work? Whoops. And then on key press, because the value is still there, it's just none. Then the question is, should none values be interpreted as yeah. Okay. Oh, damn you, you fool. All right, let's do this then. Where's the fucking @ sign now? I'm losing my marbles a little bit here. Come on. That should be fine. Yeah, that happened. Really? Are you being a complete clot then? Okay, so that is actually working, but none is not treated as an either. So how does either actually work? That's the wrong kind of either, isn't it? It's the either expression. I think common val has an either, not common val, eval value. This guy has an either. No, it doesn't. Huh. Yeah, it's the part of expressions, right? If it's empty, then resolve the right-hand side. Oh, that's why. Because it's okay to resolve this to none, but maybe... Because none is a valid state value. We... Damn, this is so... We would have to rewrite either for that to work. But you kind of expect it to behave that way, though, wouldn't you? I wonder if we're going to take enums out of as states. I don't know if we should have enums as states then, since we're replacing the whole thing. But that shouldn't be a problem, though. That shouldn't be an issue. All right, pockets. We'll ignore that one for now. Let's go and fix the more... I guess we kind of have to fix all the tests now. So all these scope tests are going to use something else. So we have to pass in states into here. We'll fix these then. It probably needs a fifth one, which is this. So many broken tests. That is component, attribute, collection. So many things. States and... component, attribute, collection is what we need. Well, empty is what we need. I am slowly losing my ship here. 281. Where are states? So where are states declared? There. And there's component. Okay, so we're good there. Oh, the joy. So much fun. What's the fourth argument? States. I don't know if we have states here. We do. Are they supposed to be mutable? No. There's so much stuff going on here. Okay, we're just gonna run bacon here instead. Of course not. Okay. Once this is over. Okay. Probably need to do that too. Hello RT, hello Celestial. One day, I hope to actually build something with this. Alright, that's how ridiculous this is. It is a ridiculous idea at this point, isn't it? Nope. Come on. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, you fiddlestick. We have no lifetime. But this thing is kind of moot anyway. You know what? Let's not do that just yet. I'm gonna have to redo this anyway. There we go. Isn't this the most joyous of things? Can I quit now? And we never work on this ever again. We just abandon this now. Think how much fun we could have had if we didn't have to fix 24 failing tests. All right. All right, let's find out why they're failing. That's exactly what I want. Thank you. Could talk about bro science. Nah, I think that would just make me angry today. I feel like bro science is not does not interest me. Not right now. Hello Orts, how are you getting on? Well, alright. These are reasonably simple to fix. Alright. That should have been the fix though. Tabs versus spaces. Sadly doesn't do it for me either. I don't get it. This is right. Why would this not work? Why would this not work? Sounds like fun. Yeah, these are way outside of here, aren't they? Did I break the lookup? You know what? We don't need this old code anymore. Oh yeah, I was messing around with this, wasn't I? Okay, we just have to debug the test. There's no two ways around it. Yeah. What is the value here? It's that. Can we just print that out? Apparently not. $604. Okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense that we can't do that. Should this be a stirlet? It should. Yes, of course it should. All right, then this is easy to fix. Okay, we'll just start from the top. Okay, then it's just gonna be this, not. All right. Slowly working our way through these. We can just start at the top though, can't we? Oh, this is beautiful. Ooh, Nelly. Okay. We're gonna subtract that number from no. No, you cannot. That's the subcode. So the first thing we need is an index which has... We need the index inside there. Okay, got it. As our first index side. Yeah. This is not overly great to read, is it? Oh, bollocks. Easy enough to fix, though. We've done that one already. And that one, and that one. Not this one. We've done that one. Not this one. Fiddlesticks. No. So we have an index. Oh, right there. With an ident of state. We're going to add. What? What is this thing doing? We're supposed to add 2 numbers. No, we're doing an equality check. But we are adding... We're adding 1 to this index. That makes sense. Now, fiddlesticks. It's not a bracket. That's the first index. That's the second index. That one needs to be there. What else are we missing? Index. All right, ident state. And a stirlet. That one's done. An OR value. No, it's ident. State. Stirlet. A. That's our first index. Second index. Okay, we're making some progress now. This string is lit. It's the lit. Yes, I amused myself. All right, so... One test at a time. Okay, that's done for this one. Okay, so what does this do? I'm guessing this has to be an index. like that. I can't tell if you're a bot or not. I don't get this. What does this test actually test? It seems like these ones are more important to fix. Let's come back to this thing. Let's undo that. Let's go to control flow. Okay, so what do you want? Do we have an expression in here? Thanks for that legible text. Are you sure, Monokuma? Would it be nice if all the bots subscribed? So they were nice bots instead. Okay, so where is this map used? Interstates. Okay, then that is correct. Hello, bot peasant. How you doing? So the condition is true. All right, let's just panic up the output. Oh, really? Okay, so that's because we're missing the states. Well, that one was easy enough then, wasn't it? Whoa, that sucks beans, mate. Sorry to hear that. Right, that's fine now. Yeah, I finished watching your run yesterday. And I'm really interested in watching the sequel. So let me know if you start gaming that. I don't know anything. I didn't even know there was a sequel. I loved that game as a kid. I thought it was really good. And I specifically remember that scene with the crowbar and the brick where he punctures where he punctures Link. So if you do game the second one, I really want to watch that. I don't know if it's going to be fun to play an adventure game for the first time on stream, though. That's probably going to be quite annoying. It's very visceral. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't work. Is it going to be your first playthrough, or have you played it before? Because I'd imagine if it's your first playthrough, it'd be fun for us to watch, but it'd probably be a bit miserable for you with like backseating and stuff. Yeah, it's your first playthrough. All right. Well, I'll keep my backseating to myself then. No backseat tag. Yeah, probably for the best. But you know that doesn't always hold, right? Because people get too excited when they know something they can't keep themselves from sharing. And in an adventure game, that's where that destroys it. Like people don't have the patience to see someone else be stuck at a location in a game for more than like 5 seconds. You're not moving the game forward. Go there. Push a brick in your eye. You're not going to care if it gets spoiled? Fair enough. Oh, now I kind of want to play it. Obviously not going to do it on stream. Now, hopefully you'll do it soon, because I really want to watch that. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Cat Peasant was playing Beneath the Sea Sky the last couple of days. I'll do a shout out to Cat Peasant. If I can figure out how to type. There we go, right? It's playing Beneath the Sea Sky, and it's a pretty good game. I think it's free now. I think you can even install it. Yeah, you can. You could just install it through Pac-Man on Linux, right? But there's a sequel, and I haven't played the sequel. I didn't even know there was a sequel, right? UHS. I don't know what UHS is. Is it like VHS, but more modern? So this lookup can't work. Universal hint system, gotcha. Yeah, I don't think anyone in the retro game category who's playing adventure games there, I don't think any of them are playing without guides. Because you see someone's like, oh, first playthrough of like Fate of Atlantis. Yeah, right. You're gonna solve that in like 3 hours. I don't think so. Or Sam and Max Hit the Road, or Monkey Island, or whatever. There's no way you're gonna play through that in one sitting the first time without any kind of hints. Because some of the puzzles are so obscure and bizarre that half of them we just found out through accidents, right? I don't know. Broken Sword 1 and 2 were really good. Then was it the Shadow of the Templar? Templates. Shadow of the Templates. I think this was like a release of this thing, right? No, that's from 96. But then was it... What was there was a Spanish game... There was a Spanish game studio called... Was it Pendulum they were called? They did a... oh yeah, this one is about the explosion in Paris. At the cafe, yeah. Reforged. Broken Sword was really good. Hello, Anders. Right, welcome, Raiders. How you doing? We're just talking about some retro games. So I think this was oh man, what was the name of the new studio or the Spanish studio that did Broken Sword? Hi there, how is your stream? That's a short stream. Let's have a look. Was this one the 3D one? Revolution Soft. No, that is not them. They basically did like a mobile thing. It was not by Revolution Software. There was another studio that did this, but Pendulo, that's the one. So I think Pendulo Studio had a go at this. So Broken Sword. It doesn't say anything. So yesterday was a game by them. That was a little bit inspired by. So they used the same engine for Broken Sword remake. Oh shit, it's Wednesday. Wonder if there's like maybe they never did a Broken Sword and I just thought they did. Yeah, maybe they didn't. I played yesterday and I played The Next Big Thing and I played Runaway as well. But I didn't think they were particularly exciting. Why did I think that these guys had done Broken Sword? Apparently not. The Next Big Thing wasn't The Next Big Thing. No, it wasn't. So their games ticked all the boxes functionality-wise. And I remember Runaway with that idiotic monkey, Caputi, or whatever it was called. But the games kind of lacked something that all the games had. And it's not just nostalgia, right? Because they made a modern take over retro adventure game called Thimbleweed Park, and I think that was pretty decent. When can games be games and not tick political boxes? All the games I play are non-politically whatever games, or if they are, I don't care. But then again, I don't game that much, right? The Clown was funny. Oh, I don't remember that. And Flight of the Amazon Queen, that could do with a remake, couldn't it? I remember how impressed I was with it the first time I saw that, and you're standing in the office with the dude talking, and he's got this like almost cinematic look to it. The Clown in Tumbleweed Park. Oh my god, I barely remember that. I have it on the Switch though. I just remember the girl who's talking about making adventure games. Now I don't know. I think like, do you generally mean politics, Janelle, or are you looking at the whole disaster train that is wokeness in games? Is that what you're looking at, Janelle? Are you following that narrative? The whole thing. So what politics do we have in games these days? As someone who doesn't game a lot, I have no idea. Well, we're not going to get into talking about politics. Just put that in there, out there, wherever. But I do wonder what politics we have in games, right? I don't know. I don't know politics. Okay. In that case, I don't know what to say, right? Disco Elysium. So Disco Elysium, I've heard some really good things about it, but for some reason the game never really speak to me. Yeah. Like Helldivers is political. No, Helldivers is satire, okay? I wouldn't call Helldivers political. It's satire. Maybe I go as far as to say it's political satire, but it is satire more than political, right? But isn't Sony, going head first into destroying Helldivers anyway? So does anyone care about Helldivers? I thought Helldivers was Starship Troopers. It's very inspired by it, right? Everything is political, nothing is. But it's about letting a political agenda color a game. And with something like Helldivers, there isn't, right? They're not trying to invite you to conquer planets or join the army, right? It's satire. And yeah, it's very inspired by Starship Troopers. The first one, I haven't played the second one. The first one I played and I thought it was really funny. It was really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The second one, I was a little bit interested in, but then all that bullshit happened with PSN and what have you, so I kind of just walked away from it and didn't care, right? Now, isn't Sony adding like options to buy stratagems and such or whatever? So the thing is, there are so many games out there that even if something I believe is factually incorrect, I don't feel like I'm losing out. To Once Human. That game, I don't know anything about that game. I'm probably never gonna play it either. Assuming that this thing doesn't have like platinum. It has gold now, so maybe at some point. Yeah. Mm. No, I'm probably the next game to play would be something like what's that cave thing? Not Crypt Keeper. I don't even remember the name of it. That is a very good point, ModPro. Core Keeper, thank you, Caleb. And Orcs, that's the one, Core Keeper. That's the next game I'm probably going to play. Good games being ruined. Yeah, what good games are being ruined by a political agenda? Because it seems like the games that people have been upset with has been things like Concord and these games, which has like the woke agenda. But I don't think that's why Concord didn't pan out. It looked to me that Concord was just too late, and there was no interest in it. So by the time Concord came out, everyone was already bored with Overwatch 1, 2, and 18. I don't know how the finals. How did the finals do? By Mbach Studio. Zelda's out on Friday. Which Zelda is that? I still haven't played Tears of the Kingdom though. That I just wish I had some downtime to actually sit and game and just space out, but I can't. The finals isn't a huge success, but is it a success at all, right? Is this financial loss for Embark, or did it make some money with the finals? I just don't know if people are that into these shooters anymore, right? To me, Star Wars died with the Phantom Menace. What a piece of shit that was. It seems like it was just downhill from there. I actually thought Rogue One was alright, but there was a series, Endor, that seemed to be okay, but I have no idea what happened with that, right? Star Wars Outlaws is so bad. Zelda Echoes. All right. Yeah, so what's the retail price for that, Monokuma? I'm a little bit intrigued, right? That's what I wonder, RJ. Is there a season 2 of Andor, or did they cancel the one Star Wars show that didn't piss everyone off? I mean, maybe with all the bullshit that's happening, they're taking a break from Star Wars. Oh yeah, same here, Freefall. I don't game if it doesn't work on Linux, right? And that's not like, it's not like, I mean, I'm not gonna play a game if it doesn't work on Linux. It's more like I'm not gonna install Windows to game, right? So it's my choice, right? I don't get upset with the game publisher or game developers if the game doesn't work on Linux. Right? £42 on Amazon. Oh, nice. Yeah, I kind of miss having something, but the Switch cartridges are so small, man. You're just gonna lose them. Well, I think Endor, the first one, was decent. So that's the only thing that's good that's come out of the whole Star Wars universe thing, right? I just wish that Disney wouldn't completely destroy it the way they have, right? They just made one bad thing after another. The Mandalorian, I was excited when I started watching it, and then after a few episodes, I was like, what even is this? Why am I'm just watching this because I've invested some time in it, right? It's like the sunk cost fallacy. And I just stopped watching. I have no idea what happened with The Mandalorian. And honestly, I forgot about it. It just holds no interest. Nothing that's come out of... Nothing that is Star Wars branded is interesting to me. As opposed to what, Modprog? Educational lectures? Yeah, of course it's just content. Everything's content. Hardline, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the sub. How you doing, buddy? Now I don't know, man. Like, Star Wars is dead. Just let it sleep now, okay? Lay it to rest. It wasn't engaging and interesting. No, it certainly wasn't. It was mid, right? It was just a waste of time and nothing else, right? 2025, which is a shame, right? Because everything. Why did they release so much garbage then, right? Everything else was kind of crappy, right? You got the job. Good work, mate. Congratulations. That's really nice. So I do wonder, right? Hang on to your sockets. Let's do this thing. I welcome this distraction now. Furfox. One day I'll spell something correctly. So if we look at something like Star Wars Andor, let's see what the rating for this thing is, right? 8.4, okay? And then we look at Mandalorian. 7 at best, right? What have you been smoking? And then there was Obi-Wan that was so boring I couldn't even get past like the first couple of episodes. I'm honestly thinking that they're gaming the numbers at this point. Why aren't you working now? Fuck off. As if that does anything, right? So we don't see... Why don't we see the rating? Why are we on episode guide? Or not? Okay. Obi-Wan, I can't spell. That's why. There you go. 7.0. Okay, that's more. I still think this is way too high. This thing must have gotten like 6. Yeah, because this was so bad. How the heck did and then what's the latest Star Wars? What the hell is that? I've never even heard of that. What's the latest one? No, the series they got cancelled. They did a series that got cancelled, and that was, what was that called? Acolyte. .1. So if they can see that all this stuff is doing badly, why would they not actually? Why would they just not do the Andor thing and move on, right? Somehow Palpatine has returned. Is that the name of it? Oh no, that's dead. Freefall. That thing has died from dysentery years ago. The Star Wars cow is nothing but strands of hairs at this point. Working on a UI library for the terminal. Man, this thing is killing me a little bit. Let's do... Should we do maybe a state lookup? Maybe Disney has too much money. Disney, if you're watching this, you can subscribe to this channel if you need to waste money, okay? It's not even waste. You're supporting content creation, right? Yeah. 900 million worldwide. That's pretty good, though. Is that of the Acolytes? I think maybe you should look at how the episodes are doing in that case. Or are you talking about the Phantom Menace? And as compared to other TUI crates, we have this runtime with hot reloadable templates, and you basically write. Yeah, that makes sense, Hardliner, because a lot of people were enthusiastic about it, but how much did the sequel make, right? Because I think it's going to be like a steady slide down, right? This is called bacon. Okay, so what like, okay, let's talk about what we're actually doing here, right? Do we have anything running here? Okay, so with anathema, you're able to, so the program is running down here, right? You're able to do things like, well, you can do mathematicals in there if you want to, right? But you can see the template is changing as I'm doing this, right? Okay. So this makes prototyping really, really simple. It helps if you can spell. All right. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do with this. You can prototype it and all that, right? It's like Slint. Yeah, maybe. I haven't really used Slint, and we certainly do not inspire to use their licensing model either. But yeah. So this is very, so you build up your state and everything in Rust. So right now we're messing around with some tuple state here, but let's make this state a little bit sane. So every time I press a key, I can now update my state. I have access to the state here, which is going to be this my state thing here. So we could do something like my state dot value to mute, bump that by 1, right? So now I can refer to this in here, right? So if I run this thing, if I make this compile first, right? So if I run this now, I could just refer to something as value, right? So state.value, okay? And there's our 0 in there. Let's add some spacing in there, okay? So now when I do key presses, we can now have changes to the state as we go along, right? And of course, you can use that anywhere you want, right? State.value. But you can do other things to it too, right? Like you can perform operations on these things and everything. Right? So you have a lot of control, you have a lot of possibility to do things, and more importantly, you have a lot of power when it comes to prototyping of what you're doing, right? You can of course style the text if you want to, right? Right. So there's a lot, and of course we have word wrapping in there as well, right? If we set the width to 10 here, we're now gonna engage in some word wrapping. As you can see here, it wraps on the word. You don't have to wrap on the word. We can get rid of this thing, and then we can say wrap is break, maybe. There you go, and then it's going to break on the word. So that's, so we have word wrapping, we have like text layouts, we even have floating widgets if you want to, right? So if you wanted to, you could put a alignment. Actually, let's do a position, right? Where we're doing a placement absolute. You can have relative or absolute. So relative is going to be relative to the parent, obviously, and absolute is going to be entirely absolute, right? So let's do a border with a background of green and a foreground of black, so we can read it. And then we put some text in there. Let's put some padding around this thing. Padding 2 and text. Annoying thing, all right? So now we're going to place this one at 10 maybe, move it far down, and left to, actually let's put it to 5, right? I'm not sure why this thing is, hang on, I'm going to put a C stack in there as well. So C stack would allow us to stack things along the Z axis instead, right? There we go. So we're not subject to what's in here. So this becomes a floating widget, so we can now change this thing, right? If we wanted to, we could attach things like mouse events to this thing, right? So let's add some mouse events to this. We can do on blur, on focus, on mouse. We're going to do on mouse here. And we do a simple, let's just modify our state. We can implement default for the state as well here. So make it a little bit easier, right? All right. Okay, so then we have an X and Y value there. So we can just take our state dot X, get the position from the mouse, and then we can set the value to position.x for X and Y for Y. There we go. Okay. And now if we go and change our index, and we're going to say that the top is our Y coordinate. Sorry, that's going to be state now. Dot whoops. And state of X. Whoops. And that did nothing. Because I don't have the mouse enabled. There we go. Nope, still nothing. We should set that to the X and Y position, and in our index we should have state of X and state of Y. Okay, let's just take this out and let's just print out what the state X value is and the state Y value is. All right, so we have them there. I'm not sure why that didn't work. No typo. Absolute. And then state.y. It's not moving it. Why is that not moving? But that's a bug. This one technically doesn't have to be absolute anymore, though. I broke the template. That is very strange. Okay, so if we set this to 10 by 10, it places it in the right position. But then we lost all the... Clearly it has something to do with the layout of floating widgets then. All right. Okay, there, now it works. Although now all the other text has gone missing. And this thing, we can use this to if we don't want that to happen, we can just fill the border. So now it's gonna draw... Oh, the text is still up there. Oh, that's interesting. Why is the text not moving with it? That's a really terrible bug, isn't it? I'm using a keyboard called a Digma DeFi. It looks like this. Well, one half of it looks like this. It's a really nice keyboard. They're sponsoring me, but I would certainly get this keyboard again if they decided not to. So why is this thing suddenly not working if we're moving out of there? But this thing works if we were to go to temp and git clone. Do we have anathema in there? Ugh. There we go. So we're currently working on some pretty extensive changes. But if I just grab the... Oh yeah, now we don't refer to it as a state. So this is one of the changes that we've done now, where we refer to things by state, which means this thing doesn't work again anymore, or that thing. And we don't need that. No. Let's turn that off and see what the issue was. This should never be called. All right, did I leave a span in there? Yeah, I did. Right. So now it is working. It's just that I have some pretty substantial changes that's gone into the update. So this is fine, right? Do you have some kind of debug display? Not really. We kind of have some homespun debug consoles. Various people have them in their projects, but we don't have anything baked in. So we don't have the fill working on this branch, right? Oh, that's because we didn't clear the... That's because we didn't clear the... So there we go. Now the fill works. Oh, shit! This is a problem on dev. This can't be related to fill, can it? Doctor or otherwise. Yeah, it's written in Rust. No, it's not because of the fill. Whew. All right. Yeah, so there's a difference between dev and main. So this thing works fine on main, but we don't have the fill on main. So this works fine if we don't have it on main. Yeah, you can do pretty much all conceivable layouts almost. It's working on the same layout principle as things like Flutter and Swift UI, where you have vertical stacks, horizontal stacks, Z stacks, then for layering. There's overflow for building things like collections that can scroll, and or you can totally use it on item too. I did as a test. I wrote a unique widget for item 2. This widget has been thrown away for reasons I'll explain. I wrote a unique widget for item 2, which allows you to display graphics, but using the item 2 image protocol. However, the graphics in item does not scale with the font size, so it looked super bad. So we didn't do anything with that. But yeah, totally. I mean, it's really simple to build things with this as well. I built like an H-top looking thing in half an hour with this using sysutils, maybe the sysutils crate. It's really easy to build with these things, right? Do we have a top, right? Now this one, whoops, this one will not work if it's referring to, yeah, maybe I can get this thing to work if we change the path. And we're not going to have a version in there because that shouldn't be there for this. Right. So this is like a very simple H-top looking thing where let's see, what do we call this? H-top, right? And of course you can just change the template however you want, right? All right. So this is really simple. No, you have all the features in there though, right? But technically you could re-implement that if you ever wanted to, of course. But that took like half an hour to put together. It's really, really basic. If we look at the code for this thing, it just has various different states that we're tracking. Of course, we're going to do unwrap because this is throwaway code. But yeah, CPU count, total memory, sysname, kernel, OS host, and then a process list. So really, it's just down to how you want to build things. And if you want to build graphs or whatever, you can totally do that too. So we're just skipping CPU things that don't do anything. It's not overly exciting. It's more of a look what you can build in basically no time whatsoever, right? And the fact that you can keep customizing the templates you go on. But there are bugs in here now that I don't love. So we're going to go and fix that by bringing the buggy version back in. So this thing doesn't work, and I don't know why. So we've just done quite a lot of extensive change to this. So everything that comes from state has to be prefixed with state. This has to do with scoping now. Oh my god. Cargo run. Could you please just work? Okay, now this is working for the XY, but this thing here, this is also broken on dev, and it has nothing to do with the fill thing. So let's go and add the fill back in again, right? The way this works, let's see. There we go. So now we get rid of that. But it's like it hasn't transferred the other stuff, right? So the reason I made this freefall is because you have these hot reloadable templates, which is, of course, makes this incredibly fast to work with, right? Whoa. This is probably part of an optimization we've done with the redraw. I see where this is coming from, right? So this is not on the main branch. You're not going to suffer this on the main branch. But on top of this, you can build the components out of this as well, right? So if we want to make this box into its own component, we can just do this. Call it box.aml, and we'll take all this stuff and put it in here, and then we're just gonna name this thing box, right? And we're gonna pass in. We have this state x and y, right? So let's say x is state.x, y is state.y. So we're passing this information in here. Then this goes from state to attributes. Okay, but we haven't registered this yet, so this requires a rebuild. Let's full screen this. So now we just have to add another component to this thing. We're going to call this thing box. It's going to refer to the box.aml. What's it? Yeah. And we don't care about anything in terms of state and component. So components are where we deal with our events. We have a few different events: key events, mouse events, focus, blur, blah, blah. And state is where we store our values, right? So now that I added this thing, we should be able to run this. And this thing just works like it did before. However, if we go to the index template, we can see that this is now called a box instead, right? And if we want to do any changes to this thing, we can just go and modify the box, right? Right. So this is very modular. So you can build up your components for doing whatever it is you want to do, so you don't have to do everything in one place. The current example I used for, first of all, I think Ratatouille is very cool, but it's a pain to build layouts with. And the example I used to show this is the Rust Spotify TUI. This is an example of where layouts can become a little bit too exciting. If we go and look at the UI library here, we just take the mod one for now. You can sort of see that there's a lot going on here to build the UI for this thing, right? It would be nowhere near this, right? So this is basically 1,200 lines or 1,800 lines of UI code. And I personally would not be particularly excited having to work with this stuff, right? So yeah, there is that, right? We can do things like, we can do if statements in here, and we can say things like, if the attribute x value is larger than 10, then it's large, right? So you can see this. Well, actually you can't see this because we get the text doesn't actually follow it. But you can see the layout of this thing changing when we go past 10. So it adds another line there. It's just that we can't see the line. Right. But it leaves the text there. The reason for this has to do with change propagation. Something that I thought we solved, but it doesn't, right? No, Control L shouldn't redraw because Control L does nothing, right? We have the event handler for that, right? You can't have recursive components. No, you can't. No, we can address that. But this thing should be reasonably simple to fix. If we're going to the runtime, oh, my famous last words, right? So the dirty widget change propagation is probably where this thing is actually happening, okay? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, so where do we end up with? So we end up with change. We end up with change, and this means that we don't have a repaint. to-do looks suspicious. We can't just push a random widget ID. Or maybe we don't do this anymore. No, this is removed. Okay, so thank you. We don't need that anymore. I think I know where this happens. It's gonna be in the apply changes. This is where it will happen, where we update the tree. And we apply this pathfinder here. Yes, this is what the issue is, because we're no longer affecting the children. So one change needs to affect the children. So this stems back from what we did with the dirty widgets. So we could potentially apply the same thing here. But I wonder if it's going to make more sense to not do that and just have a force layout when we end up there. It's a difficult choice. Okay, so let's have a look at the apply pathfinder on the update tree. No, but the repaint, this is a bug. We're not going to fix the bug by telling people to press Control L. That would be a disaster. Instead, we're just going to... we only want to rebuild what is broken. And that does not automatically propagate to children. So instead, we just need that to actually happen, right? So when we go update a widget, here, we also need to say all widgets... in the tree needs to be changed at this point, right? They need to be marked for some change, right? So in this case, we could propagate a repaint. Although technically we need to go as far as a layout, right? So here, right? And to tell all widgets that they need layout, we can get that from... That might be the wrong anathema, right? Where do we put that? Maybe in the widget module. Update widget needs, right? This is the one that we need to apply here. Cool. So we're gonna find where this thing is being used. It's being used here. So we just need to change the needs for this thing and then apply that. So let's go to update widgets here. Did I save that comment there? So it's gonna find. So we have the widget needs layout here for the update tree, but it's not doing it to the children, which is the problem. So we need to do that here, where the needs are just going to be widget needs layout. So technically this one line should fix everything, assuming that we have access to the tree at this point, which I don't think we do. Yeah, we do. There's the tree. Okay. Cool beans. We don't have access to that thing, so we can make this thing public to the crate. We're in private feeds. Ugh. Widget module, and this is nodes update. Okay, so technically, this should be all we have to do for this to work now. So if we go and rebuild this thing, they broke. Actually, no way it broke. Started looking at global event handler. Is there a way to broadcast an event from that handler? No, you can't broadcast events, no. I'm gonna assume that the reason this thing is failing is because of the oh, I don't have mouse support there. This thing is failing is because we have no a node always have a matching value, right? So we're ending up with a node without a value. And that's because we already checked the node out here. This is why we can't apply this thing. But we could apply this thing after the fact. So when we go to do the apply here, we can do an apply beforehand, right? We are passing in the path. That's a little bit sus. So we have to run this code before we get to the Pathfinder. Maybe we could have done this not on the Pathfinder, but on... Actually, we could do this after the fact, right? So we just update the widget and then we apply this thing afterwards. So let's find the runtime where we call the update tree. Do we have a path here? We do. So here, this is where we could do this. But that means we have to expose that one. Whoops. Do we have access to the tree? Yes, we do. Do we have the path? Yes, we do. So we need this thing. Hang on, how come we be... No, we can't. Okay, that makes sense, right? So we're going to go here. We're going to make this thing public. And we're going to import the update widget needs. And we're going to add a new function to this thing where we pass in the needs here. Like so. Then this thing does not have to be public and should only be used by itself. And this is now in apply changes where we call the new function on that. Then we can get this in here. We can't because it's not public yet. That is the runtime. I look at the wrong thing. Don't want that there. This is in widgets module, so is widgets public? No, it isn't. So then here we have to import this thing. Like so. Okay, so now that should have fixed that bug, hopefully. Yeah. All right. So the only thing that we were missing is that even though we're updating the widget that is changing, we're not telling all the other widgets on the same path that they also need to update, right? So it's a little bit like, let's see, let's just grab something in here, right? So if we have a widget tree like this, it's a little bit like we were to do something like say, okay, this widget here is changing. This widget is changing, right? Okay, thank you. Really? Oh, because I'm on the wrong layer, you idiot. Okay. There you are. So if we change this widget, that also means that everything on the way to here needs to change, right? So this root widget needs to change, okay? So that's basically how it works, right? So if we're changing some value in the middle of the tree, the path to that widget that is affected has to be marked for change. And then all the children under that widget has to be marked for change as well, right? But as you can see, this was a really simple fix. We just had to make sure that we actually propagate this change, which we didn't do. And now all of a sudden this works, right? And we can see the whole it's large disappear. As soon as we get under 10, it disappears, right? And we can make this a little bit nicer by making this into a span. And we can add another span just to put a bit of spacing in between there. And then, of course, we can do things like bold, true, italic, true. We can even inverse these things if we want to, right? And then if you want to, of course, you have the possibility to... let's see, this thing returns the runtime. So we can make changes here as well. If we want to run this at an FPS of 2, we can do that. Not sure why anyone want to do that, but I mean, it's your choice. Okay. Or, you know, if you want to, if you really want to, run at 120 frames per second. Let's do a release build just because, right? Now, I think I'm streaming at 30 FPS, so you can't really see anything. You can't see the buttery smooth terminal here. It depends, obviously, what your refresh rate is and all that. I'm seeing a bunch of dirt on my monitor now, but yeah. This is pretty it's pretty decent how this works, right? And because mouse events are global, you can easily implement things like drag and drop and what have you, right? Components have the option to send messages to and from each other. You have the option to send messages to components outside of the runtime, which is very important. So if we were to do something like this, let's say that we have our message takes a U32, right? That makes perfect sense. Okay. And then we're going to have, well, we have our value here, right? So we used to update the value every time you press a key, but instead of doing that, we're going to take that out and we're going to do this based on a, hang on. Based on messages instead. On blur, on focus, on key, on tick. So on tick is if you want to do things like animate, right? You want to animate something on screen, then you can do this based on a tick. This isn't working because I just realized I broke the animate example. We need to use state here. And state here. There you go, right? Okay, there you go, right? So this is now animating. It's using a sine wave. So we're doing this by updating the position based on tick. We're running it through an easing function. Sorry, that's what I meant to say, right? You only redraw the part of the screen that's changed. That is correct. We have a double buffer for this thing, right? It should, in theory, be possible to do quite a lot. Now, there is an example by Dottie, which I don't know if this thing uses. This is going to be a very heavy change. Yeah, I have no idea if this is going to work now because of all the changes I've done. So let's just open these things. Okay, so we're passing in the character to the glyph. So let's open up the glyph. So that's not state, that's attributes. I have no idea if this is gonna work. No. This would work if we do a git reset here. And possibly a pull. And we change this to use that version instead, maybe. All right. So this is drawing a new widget for every character. So every character on screen is a new component, which is pretty insane. And we can make this a little bit bigger, right? Viewport dot width, maybe? Is that a thing? No, where did I get the viewport? Size dot width. All right. This might completely destroy the video encoding for Twitch, but to put things into perspective, what you're seeing is a component per glyph on screen, and we're doing 122 by 55. So 122 times 55, 6,710 components are updating in unison without noticeable issues, right? It looks fine, yeah. And that is not how you would build something like that, because that would be crazy to build it like that when we have things like canvases that we can draw on. We don't have to do any changes with the diff state and what have you, right? So yeah, what was I doing? Tick message. I was showing messages, right? So resize event, receive event. So receive event is we're not going to get into what that means, not yet. All right. So for every message that we get, the message we get is going to be U32. Our state contains a value over U32. So we can say state.value dot set to the message. So for every message we get, we're going to update the state. So what we can do, once we have the runtime, before we start it, we can get an emitter here, right? An emitter allows us to send messages, okay? So if we do a thread, spawn, move, and we can do this something like every second. We'll use the deprecated sleep MS here, right? Or let's say every 100 milliseconds instead, because it's less boring. Emitter.emit. Is it emit or send? It's emit. We need to know who we're sending this to, right? So we're gonna have a component ID that we're sending this to, and the message is just gonna be, let's do this in a loop. Zero, and we're gonna send the value, and then we're gonna take the value, bump it by 1, right? Now we don't have a component ID to send this to. The interesting enough that these are also type safe. So when we register the index component, we actually get the component ID here. And if we inspect the type, this is it's a result. Forget that. Unwrap, old friend, how you doing? There we go, right? This is a component ID that is bound to this type. So you can't send anything other than U32s to this thing. We're going to emit that and we're going to run this thing. So now we're technically counting up, although we can't see anything because of the template. So let's crack this open down here. And we're going to cargo run this thing, run in release mode again, because why not, right? So if I open up the template now, while this is running, I can, well, let's move this away. So you see where it says hi again here, right? So we can now just add the state value to this thing, right? And it just keeps ticking up, right? It retains the state as your application is running, right? Fend is really, really cool. I think Fend is like, what is 1 pound in kilos, right? Or 1 pound in kilos, right? It can do all kinds of things. You can even say what is 1 USD in euros if you want to. And it takes a few seconds because it's going to go and query some conversion, right? So yeah, this is really, Fend is really cool. But yeah, as you can see, this thing is super versatile, right? You can, of course, change the border style. You can say border style thick if you want to. But you can also give your own border style by just changing the corners, right? So we start at the top left. Then we have the top value, the top right, the right value, the bottom right, the bottom value, and the bottom left value, and the left value, like that. And all of a sudden we have our own border, right? You can do whatever you want with this stuff, right? Make it look however you think it should look. I don't know what we have an ampersand there, but we do now. Hello, Nanash, how you going? No, I don't see the point of swapping from anything from Fend, because Fend does everything I need. There's nothing out there that gives me anything that I don't that I want. So one of the things that we can do, we can see the mouse cursor is kind of stuck here at the top left corner. Maybe that's not something we actually want, right? So when we pass in this thing to the box, we can go into our box and change this thing, okay? We can say that actually it's here we're doing it, right? We can say that the X and Y position, if we add or subtract 2 from this thing, we're now changing where the mouse cursor is, right? If we subtract from here as well, say 4, now we kind of have to be somewhere in the middle, right? Which technically makes it even more annoying. So let's just bump this even further. Now we really are in the middle, aren't we? Let's go with 20, right? So now we can move it down towards the bottom right corner. That of course is subject to us knowing where the bottom right corner is, but there you have it, right? So you can do all this stuff, right? Yeah, this is pretty good. And this thing, even though we keep making changes to this thing, the application just keeps running, all right? So you can imagine how very easy it is to prototype things with this as you're building things and, you know, doing whatever you want, right? We don't have ranges yet, but this works for now, right? So yeah, all in all, I think this is a very, very useful way of building and working with terminal applications and what have you, right? My notebook is broken. I need to send it in after trying everything I could. That seems boring. Sorry to hear that. So what are we gonna do now? So we've introduced this change of like state and attributes to distinguish between these things. So another thing that we have, yeah, we need functions for that. But of course it's possible, right? We have control over everything, but whether we want to pay the cost of doing that implementation is a completely different story though, right? Where should we go from here then? Well, there was one odd bug in here about the placement, wasn't it? If we do this, it seemed to be breaking. No, that doesn't seem to break anymore. So that one is fine. We should be able to move this into here now. and get rid of that. Whoops. That was definitely not the right button to push. Let's not save that. Yeah, this is fine still. So that was probably just an artifact of what we had before. So note that we had that fill property set on the box. If we take the fill property out, then we're back to... Whoops. We're back to showing the text underneath, right? So this is useful if you want to draw something around. So say you want to use this thing as some kind of ridiculous lens, right? We're just going to take all this out, okay? And let's put a container in here instead. And we're going to set the width to 5 and the height to 1. Then we can skip the padding as well, right? And now this is our little looking glass that we can use for no reason whatsoever. And of course we have these ridiculous offsets that we're adding here that makes no sense anymore. So we can just get rid of these things. There we go, right? Oh, that's interesting. No, that isn't a bug. That is just because it just looked like a bug with those lines there, but they are literally there, right? What we could do as well is we can just invert this whole thing. But we can also pass a color through here, right? We can say that BG is reset. Now, if we go to our box, we can say that the background here is BG. So now the BG is resetting this whole thing. And we can take the foreground away like that, and oopsie doodles. All right, that's not supposed to happen. We can't put two things. I was a bit worried there. We're trying to put two things at the same thing, right? Let's get rid of the foreground. So there we go. So now we have this ridiculous box here. And what we could do, we can get rid of the whole thing and just say inverse true. And that will invert what we're looking at, right? So if the colors are changing, if we go back to our index and we say, if x is equal to 1, then do that, else do that. And then here we're going to say background red, for instance, okay? So if I move the inverse there, we're inverting the colors, right? I think this is cool, like that we can do this so easily. Hello, Velux, how you doing? All this, again, very customizable, very easy to work with. And now, for one of the more important things, these templates are shipped with your application. So even if you don't know anything about Rust, you can still make changes to this, okay? So you would give this application to someone. You give the application to someone alongside your templates. So if they want to make a change, all they have to do is open up the index.yaml file, right? And then put a text here. I am a title. Bam. And they have a title for no apparent reason, okay? We can make this look a little bit nicer. We can set the background to dark gray, I think. Okay. And then we set the color to black. You don't have to use black, right? We can set the color to... Whoops. Not that. F23 if you want to, right? Which isn't super pretty, all right? It's actually quite annoying to look at. Right, let's have that. And of course, if we want this thing to expand all the way, we just put a space in there, right? Saying, okay, take up all the space. That's our little title bar. If we want to put the text in the middle, then all you have to do is that, right? Or alternatively, add a bit of padding to this thing, right? But only to the left. And if you want to make a footer, well, you just do that, right? However, the footer doesn't go all the way down. So what we're going to do is we're going to put an expand around this thing. And this is what causes a little bit of confusion. But there we go. Now the footer is going all the way down. So we're expanding all the available space, right? Is it possible to ship without the templates? Maybe you want to allow only different themes. Yes, Pag, right? So you certainly don't have to ship with the templates. You can bake the templates into your application. And the way you would do that is just write the templates like a string and then call to template here. So if I change this to be text, lol, and if I rerun this application now, then... oh, sorry, I changed the box. So the box says lol. I changed the wrong template. Anyway, let's do that on our index template instead, right? So text, lol, and then we comment out the rest here, and then to template. So that should now just render lol, and that's it. Because we baked the template into the application instead. So you certainly can... and you mentioned that you might want to do things like theming, and you certainly can do theming. So if we were to open up the index one, we can have global variables here, right? So we can have a theme that is background is red, and foreground is black, right? So now we actually have a theme here. So we can say the background is theme.bg. I actually don't know if we... yeah, we have that, right? And then foreground is theme.fg. And this works across the application now. So if we go into our box ammo, we can say that our container has a foreground of theme foreground, right? And a background of theme background, right? There we go. Remember that this thing is inversing the... If we do this, then it will make more sense, right? Because we're inverting the colors. But now we don't. How to use an action like click and execute some command like ls. So for that, we would have to go into the Rust code, because then we're getting into state handling, right? Let's say that let's roll this back. We don't really need to theme this thing. Let's say that we want to have a... let's say, what should we do for this thing? Well, why don't we just have some text input, right? And on, let's grab an on key here. Is that right? What does the on key thing look like? All right, bear with me. I need to find out what the on key event looks like. Let's just full screen the text editor for now. We have no reason not to, right? On key has key event. Okay, and I just used event. All right, so now we have a key event, and if we have a key event, then we can operate on that. So we can say if let sum c equals to key.getChar. It's a convenience function that will get us a character, and then we can do state.text.push the c value. If we first make this thing mutable, then we can push the character. So now I have to restart the application because we've added a new event, right? Note that I'm not using the event for anything. I'm typing away, but nothing is happening. If I have added things to the text, if we open up the index now and we say I'm a title text, right? Okay, that has to be state.text now. We should probably have a space there. Okay, there you go, right? So now as I'm typing, things are happening, right? Now, you specifically said mouse events, right? Or click. So to do a click event, we can, on our mouse, ask if the mouse position is down. If mouse.lsb, which is left mouse button down. I think that's it. No, it isn't. Well, let's go and find out what that's called. LSB down. Okay, LSB down. So there's some convenience functions for things that you might want to do repeatedly, right? So for instance, this thing will react even if you're holding and dragging as well, right? And now we can operate on the widget tree underneath this thing by saying things like element. We're going to get the position from the mouse. Then we do element dot at position. Is that right? Without the H, maybe, right? So there we go. So we can say all elements at position, and then we can either grab the first one or do a for each on every element. So elements that are stacked, right? But we're just going to grab the first one, and that's going to give us an element and the attributes related to that element. And what should we do with this thing? We don't have to do that multiple times, do we? Right. So I don't really know what we would do on a mouse down and then a mouse up. Really, we should check for a mouse down rather than LSB down, because that will include dragging. But let's say that we do an attributes.set background to color red. Is this possible? I have no idea. We already have the color there. Green. All right. So I have no idea what this is actually gonna do now. Okay, it does it on everything. Okay, so we're not really interested in doing it on everything. We're only interested in doing this on, say, borders, right? So we do, we can ask the element. We can say border is equal to element.to and then border here, okay? We can do this thing, but that's assuming that the element is a border. Do we have this? There we go, right? This will assume that the element is a border, and this will fail because the elements aren't border. So we can use a try to border instead. And then we say if border is sum, or I guess we could say if let sum border is equal to this, then do that. And we do the same thing up here with red instead. So now this thing should only affect the first border. It's not affecting any borders. Oh, that's because we do first. All right, so we should probably do each here. Whoops. All right, and then when we make changes to the Rust code, we have to... So now I can click on this thing, right? I got the mouse over, it's green, because the mouse button is not down. I click, it becomes red. And this works on all the borders that we have in here, right? Including that little border in there, as you can see. There's a nested border. And we can paint like this now. Whee! Not sure why that stays red, but honestly, I'm not too worried about it. Anyway, so yeah, you can do all kinds of things, right? Can you add a by tag? We certainly could. So we can do, and good point, Skylar. We can do at position by tag and border, right? That is a very good point. So we do that instead. Then we don't need this. I forgot that we could do that. I'm clicking and dragging. I'm having too much fun with this. I did a drag and drop demo for this thing. I don't know where that is. Oh yeah, now I know why this thing is red. Oh my, okay, right. So it's red because we have this in here, right? But we don't want that. We're just gonna get rid of that red thing because it's confusing. It made me think there was a bug in there when there wasn't a bug, right? So we can go by first. I did that again. Hello. Let's fix that. yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things you can do. I'm kind of running out of ideas here, but you can pretty much express all different kinds of layouts. The limitation is always going to be the terminal, right? But you can express a lot of layouts. You can express a lot of changes. And now, with the advent of the state thing, we have added something new as well. So if you have a value that doesn't exist, text is not here, you can, and we run this thing, we're going to see in the top that it just says I'm a title. But what we can do, it's going to use the question mark and do placeholder here, right? So if we cannot find the text that we're looking for, it will fall back to the placeholder. Now we have the text there, right? Because this is here, right? There just wasn't anything in there. Right? But it doesn't check for empty value or non-values. It's just a means for overriding something, right? So you could do something like attributes.text or state text. Now there is no attributes text in here, right? For there to be attributes text, we would have to go into our main function here and override this thing, right? Text concatenation is implicit. Yeah, you just add a space. Originally, we had string interpolation, but we took away the interpolation characters for now. So here we can, if I add an attribute here called text, now I have to rebuild this thing for this to work, right? But now we have the text there. So this will never fail, right? And I go and this is my text. I don't know if I wrote that correctly or not, right? But if we break this, it will just fall back to the old text. And if we break this, it will fall back to the placeholder. All right. And we do support, so this is a white space aware markup language to keep it as small as possible, but we do support new line characters in here, right? So you can write this like this if you have a lot of attributes and such in there, right? What else is there to say about this? I feel like I've covered a lot. Hello, Kathy. How you doing? Do you support trailing commas? What kind of evil person do not support trailing commas? Okay, I mean, honestly, to not support trailing commas in 2024, okay, Jason, we're looking at you, all right? What unit is padding 2? Padding 2 is going to add 2 cells of padding to the top, to the bottom, to the left, and to the right. Which means that if we add padding 2, we're going to expand the whole thing. But padding is a little bit awkward, right? If we change it to padding 1, it looks better height-wise, but it looks worse width-wise. So we can add an explicit padding of 2 there. So now the padding looks better. So we're padding 1 on the top, on the bottom, and on the right. And then we're explicitly adding a padding of 2 on the left there. There are only characters here. That is correct. We do support, I was going to say diacritics. That's not the word I'm looking for. Code points, grapheme clusters. We support grapheme clusters as well, as of a recent change. There are no other units. There are no percentages or anything like that. Could you add horizontal or vertical? We totally could do that, Skylar. Actually, that's possibly a good first issue to allow to write horizontal 2 or vertical 2. Right now, this does nothing, right? So we're just going to have no padding. If you wanted to have responsive design, how would you do it? So the terminal is different from something like a website, for instance, because a cell in the terminal has a very big impact, right? It's going to be difficult to express a responsive design if you're coming from the world of web, where you might have a box as a hero unit, but if you shrink it, that should become 2, or it should start stacking it vertically instead of horizontally, right? There is nothing saying, okay, horizontal, but then go vertical if not, kind of thing, right? There is no responsive layout. You can't do this, right? VStack if width is less than 10, okay? That doesn't exist. So it's going to stack the way it's going to stack the way it stacks, right? I'm not sure how you would express responsive layouts with this. You can. That's going to be very noisy, but you certainly can do it that way. But you cannot dictate the... All right, we need to hop back a little bit in the conversation. Because if statement... Because the templates are reactive. That means that when you have something like an if statement, you have to attach all the children to that if statements for them to have any impact on it, right? So you can't say things like if the state dot value is larger than 3000. All right, if we do this thing, you can't have something saying hstack here and then else vstack and then build up the children underneath here, right? This child belongs to this vstack, which belongs to this else statement, right? And this is because they are reactive in nature. Is there some set index, or does it just depend on which order? Yes, as Skylar just linked, the C stack is the set index. So the way the set index works, whoops, I can't do that, is we can just put a set index anywhere we want, right? A C stack. And there is no difference to what we're observing. However, if we wanted to now, we could put a floating, or not a floating, we just draw a border with some large padding. 7, right? And then we're going to set the background to black. And then we set some text here. There we go. So now we're drawing this over all of this stuff, right? We're going to set the fill to a character. Right, so we cover everything. Note that this guy is floating, right? This guy is subject to being drawn after everything else because it's floating. We can get rid of the box for now, right? So we can see this, okay? It looks like that is being drawn over by that H stack there for some reason. We're not in the wrong place. No, we're not. Let's do that then, just for fun. And then we add another padding in there. Oh, that broke. I'm not sure what broke that one. Oh, it does. Sorry. Oh my god. Thank you, Skylar. Foreground. I said magenta. No one gives magenta the love that it deserves, right? But this still is not drawing the text, though. That was weird. Oh, right. No, it isn't, because I'm filling up the whole space with padding, right? It's not weird at all. I'm a dummy, right? So we have to subtract the size of the previous padding for this thing to work. Like that, right? And of course, you can do mathematical operations on these things. So if we did something like a for loop in here for I in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we say if I modulus 2 is equal to 0, then we have even else we have odd. All right. Event. Damn it. So you can do things like that as well, right? But again, remember that we have colors other than the named colors, but to use them, your terminal has to support them. So if I wanted to... If I wanted to say that all the even ones going to have a foreground of a hex value, that means that my terminal has to support that hex value. That looked like it was working, but it isn't. Okay. For this to be visible on my screen, I have to run this outside of Tmux. No, outside of NeoVim, because I only have 16 colors enabled in NeoVim. That's fun. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, there's a lot you can build with this stuff. There's a lot going on here. The only thing that I haven't figured out how to express is something like a tiling program where you can split the program into multiple. You can choose whether you split them horizontally or vertically, right? I have no idea how you would express this. You can have the layout predefined as per the AML, but I don't know how you would design something like i3 with this layout. Tiling program can be version 2. I don't know if we're ever going to support doing that, even though it is a very common element in TUI applications, right? Take things like WeChat. Maybe a split container. Actually, that's not a bad idea, Freefall. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, I have a really good idea. We know what we should do. We should do a split container. I just had this really good idea. All right, I am so smart. It hurt my head. Maybe a split container actually would be a pretty good. But then you have to express the children of the split container. Although the notion is interesting, but I don't know how we would end up with a split container that has a split container. How would we do that? And of course, there are lots of widgets out there for doing most things. However, we are missing... Well, we're not really missing it. It's in progress. Third-party components. So we have our ridiculous box up here. Oops. We have our box up here. Hi, ag. What is this supposed to say? Oh, hi again. It's the continuation of that thing because, you know, I'm simple. All right, there we go. So I don't get confused. Although that defeats the entire purpose of the box, right? I don't know how we would... so even if we did have something that is a split widget, if I do this now, I'm going to break everything. Split does not exist. Actually, this is a recoverable error. So if you have a mistake in your code, you can still recover from it. But certain things are not recoverable, like breaking the template like that. That becomes a parse error, and you snook it if you do. So if we look at the index, how would something like a split container work, right? So let's say we have a split. I'm going to get rid of this thing because it's super annoying. Using non-existent components, yeah. Hearts, there we go, right? But how do we have no means of specifying the children. It is, at this moment in time, not possible to Actually, I don't know how we would do this. We would have to do this with something like a 4. And then this would probably then be state.direction for that to make sense. Maybe just expect 2 children. Yeah, but even so, what are those 2 children? So if I want to split again, so let's say that we have text A here and B, and this would then split this in half, right? Let's draw this out, right? Because we have the facility to do this, okay? All right, so here's our split on a vertical axis. If we put a border around this, this will become a little bit easier to see, right? And we can change the nature of the split. We can do that, but what if I want a key press to split it again, right? What if I want to split inside here into something like this? Right? So you can see at this point is where you would add something like another component, right? But yeah. Well, that's the thing. There is no way of dynamically adding widgets, right? Since the layout is entirely described in AML. We could have the component aspect as a function. Whatever that would be, right? But yeah, I don't know. But where did the children come from? There is no way of dynamically creating widgets in code from the end user's perspective, right? We have no means of adding widgets to the tree. Where's my mouse event? Like we do, so we can query the elements, but there is no elements.insert at and then some widget, right? It would have to be entirely done in the back end. No, I think this is the only thing that we can't really express now. Everything else should be doable. Like building up layouts and what have you should be really, really simple. But doing a split, this was something I talked about very early on. All right, people are, I don't know what they're doing, but okay. We could maybe investigate adding dynamic widget creation, but that feels very sketchy. I don't know how you would do this. We also need to know what goes into that widget. It would be a nice one to solve, because this is, if you take something like WeChat, this is probably one of the better TUI chat applications out there. And it has a tremendous amount of customizability, right? You can do so much with this stuff. You can even have, I think this one is showing. Okay, here's like a news monitor for yeah, it's a news monitor, channel monitor. Here you have your actual channel list here. Here's your main chat. You can change a lot of this stuff. It is not easy to change it. It is a pain in the gum tree to change this stuff, but you can. And to be able to have that amount of customizability would be pretty damn cool if we could do that. So we can express this layout, but we can't. I guess you'd have to define it beforehand then. This layout is very simple. It's an H stack that covers this and this region. Then this is a V stack with an H stack that covers this, and then this is the second part of the H stack of the V stack. So this is a really simple layout to describe. It's just that you're not going to have the same flexibility when it comes to be able to do things like collapse these two or remove one during runtime at least. I mean, I guess you could, but that means going in and changing the template, and that's a little bit naff. There's like lots of really cool plugins you can build for WeChat. I have no idea what's going on here. All right. This is probably just, yeah. But yeah, sadly, we don't have any means to expressing this, where you can say split the window with a key press and then load this into that window and so on and so forth, right? I think that's the only shortcoming I can think of right now that we have, that we cannot do runtime, create layouts and load components into those layouts. What the hell is going on here? Okay, I guess they're just obfuscating something. I mean, I guess what we could do is if we have that magical component loading thing, then maybe we could do some of it. I don't know that you can. I think that maybe at the current time you couldn't split and collapse things, right? Let's say you wanted to, let's say you wanted to collapse this into like a tab bar instead, right? Oh, you guess you could do that, Skylar. So we could have another language that just does that, right? Like a meta language that will do that. But yeah, so to really express that WeChat layout, we could well, you know what? I don't have enough interest in me to try to do that, right? So the program has just been running and doing its thing again, right? You did? Why? You just edit the template. You don't have to read it from a temp file. Why would you read it from a temp file? Oh, okay. Right. You have other things going on. Never mind then. Let's just fix this border style. This thing is Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing something now. Yeah, I think I'm getting hungry, but I don't know where we go from here, right? We have a couple of failing tests that I need to fix, but I do think so. It was a little bit disheartening to see that we can't really use the enum state. That doesn't work, and I don't know why it doesn't work. And I want to make some changes to how we deal with states as well. Because reasons. All right, this is a recoverable error because we didn't break anything. We just gave it a dodgy value. Actually, I think that should have a background of black rather than this thing. Well, they can both have... Oh man, I keep doing that. I guess they both could have a background of black. Not that it really matters, but there's no reason to. Yeah, what do we do? No, that just says even, 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 even. I guess we could cheat. Like that. Anyway. Yeah. I haven't built anything really with this. I built some things, but I haven't actually sat down to build anything with this. There's just things that I feel I'm missing all the time. That's driving me a bit crazy. And now with this big change, there are so many things that worries me performance-wise. Future values turn out to be a bottleneck. Need to fix that. Don't know how to do that. So what that means is that you can have a map, and if you're specifically saying get the value from the map with this key, and the value doesn't exist, it will try to get that value in the future because the value might exist in the future. And if you have too many of these, it slows down the runtime, and I don't know why. I know where, but I don't know why. Here, so apply futures. This thing seemed to be the bottleneck. So we end up having future values that we should try out. And yeah, it's because the path to the future values are so complex. At one point, I thought about placing values there, generating the value, and then overwriting it. But that turned out to be such a complex issue that it just wasn't going to happen. And we kind of need this. We could reduce the amount of frames between these two. Are we still running this one at 120 frames per second? Yeah, we are. That's kind of silly. Let's just stop it. But yeah, so that's what this is for, right? Let you build terminal user interfaces where you can focus on building the application and the UI separate from each other, which is how God intended, right? When Jeebus threw markup languages at us, and he went, "Go forth, you sods, fix it." And Adam and Eve's like, UI. This is in the Bible now. No, but this separates the layout from the rest of the application and makes things a little bit more sane to work with. And because we have the emitters that we can actually work with, it makes it possible to build things in running things from other threads. By the way, there is more. You can even do emit async. All right. Assuming there is an async block for you to work with here, right? Right. So we can even do this async. So if you have some kind of network application running Tokyo or small or whatever, right? You can just emit from there as part of your async stuff, right? You don't have to complicate your life by setting up a bunch of channel maps and blah, blah, blah. Instead, you're just going to build up your runtime, and before you start the runtime, or you can throw this off onto another thread if you want to, and then just run your async, whatchamacallit, right? As long as you have the component ID that you want to send messages into, right? So this is how we've done logging in other applications, right? So you have a logging component, and then you just emit log messages to this component, and easy, right? Thimbles. Okay, now what? We got a bunch of failing tests and failing patients. But I tell you what, though, working on the same application over and over again is pretty. It's pretty soul crushing sometimes, and some days, like say today and yesterday, was terrible because of the massive rewrite that came with this. Now we only have 18 broken tests, and that's pretty spectacular considering the size of the change. But then the enum thing doesn't work. That's not your fault, by the way. I don't know if we should have it or not. The state thing seems a little bit bananas. Ideally, we'd be able to have a singular value as a state. Having a U32 as a state. There's no reason for it now that we have the state prefix. So I wonder if the whole state and value thing's going to have to be rewritten. By the way, I'm probably going to take some downtime in the next couple of days because I have company coming over from another country to hang out, and I want to be a good sport and not ignore them. And we're going to try to do some YouTubing together. That's not watching YouTube, that's recording some videos. So we'll see how that goes. But that means that tomorrow I'll probably stream, but not Friday and not Saturday. But yeah, all right, let's just go and fix some tests, right? Nothing's going to happen if we don't do that. Actually, should we just call it a day, go for lunch? I don't know if I'll stream more after lunch or not, but I know that I have to eat. So I think we're just going to end the stream here. It was nice to talk about Anathema, the good parts, not only Anathema, shit's broken and it makes me sad. So, yeah. Yeah, I know. I do need the break. The thought of rewriting the state stuff is kind of a little bit awful, but we might have to do it, right? Am I still here?